through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles,
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
you failed the test.
Red light, cold sweat on your chest. You failed the lie detector. Your aura's electric, your fluid magnetic, we wavy. Other platform, follow that norm, hater boy. 40 years like nature boy, biblical. 40 years like nature boy, don't play with the nature. A young fairy legend, put his mind on the stretcher, I bet you. Think twice if you follow polite, blink twice if you seeing that height. Third eye, get him scared of the sight. I don't chase, I just bend me the light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Close range, but I'm here from afar. Wormhole in the back of the car. Check code, every digit, every scar. Heart scan, read the shadow where you are. Big stepper with the glimpse on the belt. Gold dust on the book on the shelf. If you knew what your silent really spelled, you would never let them program yourself. I'm the glitch in the script I revolt. I'm the truth that they thought they could bolt. Try to K what was made out of votes. I just faced through the wall like a ghost. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Yeah. Look, stinging and standing, part of the planet, come. Everything grew from that bond, that love. Hashtag wish the same for black love, get along. God is rhythm, pick a song. The labor and the pressure gotta be strong. I could be wrong. Queens turn kings out of pawns. Force automatic, electrostatic, animal magnet. Love is a habit, silly rabbit. You can't have it. If you panic, electrons roll, but there's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. Electrons roll, but there's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. We went from silence to static. Now we laughing in traffic. All that damage turned the balance, took a challenge, made it magic. You my solace in the madness. If I vanish, you still branded on my canvas. Hard on hazard, still I let you take advantage. Love is dangerous, but I'm standing in the canvas. Yeah, I'm standing. Still I'm standing in the canvas. Yeah, I'm here. There's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. Electrons roll. There's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. I can feel your aura. I can hear your aura. I can see your aura. Sodom and Gomorrah. Heaven is before us. Reading the room, feeling the vibe. I'm at the score. Numbers in the sky, yeah. Music in the air. Patting the floor dust. Calculate the odds from the way that you're gorgeous. Based on energy, all of the waves you sent to me. No fake chakras, real pavement, real memory. Nerve conduction, shock when you walk by. You move truths, every footstep testifies. You walk, that's aura. You talk, that's aura. You work, that's aura. Every time energy transform, that's aura. Avoid ops off the muscle, cut the static, clear the tunnel, win and score on the board now. Make America love again, from the block to the border. Say, I can feel your vibe. I can hear your vibe. I ask a day or I can't hit shame first from doors right now in the chorus. Reading the room, feeling the vibe when I glide through the door. Got my life in my hands, every move I be keeping the score. Energy thick in the air, energy moving like prayer, like war. Every time power transforms, where you carry that folklore. Calculate pass off energy, see probability bend when we talk. See it in pigment and posture, and how you be moving, you walk. Real nerve conduction, skin tone blessing on some plastic prop. You work, that's over, you clock in. Clock out, still hot. I asked today
Music is on in the air, hard on that tempo, I follow the beat. Silence be loud as an anthem when fake ones slipping off beat. Chakras, they cap it on timelines, I see through the glow they project. Meanwhile, your presence is pressure, your eye contact more than a flex. Dodging opponents on muscle, come from a fabric they never could wear. Winning, I'm changing the numbers, before they can guess how I got there. You talk, that's aura, you laugh, that's aura on 10. Every time energy switch, that's aura again and again. I feel your vibe, I can hear your vibe, I can see your Sodom and Gomorrah. Heaven is before us right now. Tickle my piezo. Tickle my piezo, tickle my piezo, no place deeper way, still on your voice, I'm crazy. Tickle my piezo, the whole world vibrate, 9 is a wave cycle, watch the ground levitate. The wave was the jewel is God. The flow came carved in stone, then broke their yard. Life was 360s on the yard, walking circles in the dust. You thought I was a fat Roman. Gold ring, stank up, your aura's electric, your magnetic pull. Revelation 118 on ice, script, flip, page full. These books saving souls on light, ink bleed deep in the spine. Let you speak from the margin, turn a chalk heart into a sign. Put a chalk heart into a sign. EnQi books give sight to the blind, light to the mind that's taught. Even the plain field, whole 9, new route, same for 9 is the wave that cycle. Backspin, backslide, back home. Deaf and blind is the slave cycle. Chain link carved in a phone scroll. Glow that's false sunrise. Blue tint stuck in your eye, but your voice cut through like tide. Pull me out the static and light. You failed the test. Red light. Cold sweat on your chest. You failed a lie detector. Your aura's electric, your magnet, we wavy. Other platform, follow that norm. Hater boy, 40 years like nature boy. 40 years like nature boy. Don't play with a nature, young fat electric, remind on the stretcher, I bet you. Think twice if you follow for life. Think twice if you seeing that hype. Third eye got them scared of the sight. I'll just let it mimic the light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Close range with a hand from afar. One hole in the back of the car.
Check code, every digit, every scar, her scan, ready to shadow where you are. Big stepper with the glips on the belt. Gold dust on the book on the shelf. If you knew what your salary felt, you would never learn program yourself. On the glitch in the script I revoke. On the truth that they thought they could vote. Try to cable what made out of votes. I just fade to the wall like a ghost. Quantum tunneling through night. Gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light.
I can feel your aura. I can hear your aura. I can see your aura. Sodom and Gomorrah. Heaven is before us. Reading the roof in the vibe. I'm at the score. Numbers in sky, yeah. Music in the air. Counting the floor dust. Calculate the odds from the way that you're caught on. Based on energy, all of the waves inside of me. No fake chakras, real pigment, real memory. Nerve conduction, shock when you walk by. You move truth, every footstep testifies. You walk, that's aura. You talk, that's aura. You work, that's aura. Every time energy transform, that's aura. Avoid ops off the muscle, cut the static, clear the tunnel, winning score on the board now. Make America love again, from the block to the border. Say, she pull me in every time I see her voice, I hear her eyes. I'm in love with her mind. She's strong where I'm weak at, quiet where I speak. As she peace in the feedback, heart like a secret, I keep it, I need that. Your world's electric, your pull magnetic. You magnetic, I'm drawn, I'm caught, attracted, drawn. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic, this is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Yeah, energy, your aura, your vibe. You bend on my lines, got me crossing every line just to open your eyes. Got me lost inside your eyes. Every night I knew. Broke when I met you. Track. Track. You failed the test.
Red light. Cold sweat on your chest. You failed the lie detector. Your aura's electric, your fluid magnetic, we wavy. At the platform, follow that norm. Hater boy. 40 years like nature boy. Biblical. 40 years like nature boy, don't play with the nature. A young fairy legend. Put his mind on the stretcher, I bet you. Think twice if you follow polite. Blink twice if you seeing that height. Third eye, got him scared of the sight. I don't chase, I just bend me the light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Close range, but I'm hearing from afar. Wormhole in the back of the car. Check code, every digit, every scar. Heart scan, read the shadow where you are. Big stepper with the glimpse on the belt. Gold dust on the book on the shelf. If you knew what your sign I really spelled, you would never let them program yourself. I'm the glitch in the script I revolt. I'm the truth that they thought they could bolt. Try to K what was made out of votes. I just faced through the wall like a ghost. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light.
I'm still standing when the lights go out. Still breathing when the world counts me out. From the dirt to the crown. Yeah, I heard my sound. Turn the pain into power. Hear me now. I was low, I was down, but I figured it out. Every scar tells a story. Every tear was a drought. Now I rain on the doubts. Yeah. I'm still standing now. Rise from a dark time, eyes on the clock. Heart beating heavy, feel the fear detox. Cutting out the venom, let the dead weight drop. Been breaking all these chains till the voices stop. Resetting my bloodstream, pressure on top. Red ox in my soul, yeah, we charge that shot. NRF2 in my brain, we unlock. Bless every setback, now we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Deep in the night, had to face my faults. Had to bleed out the lies, let the truth walk tall. Detox all the doubt, watch it fade like chalk. Turn a bruise to a badge every time I fall. Special in the silence, had to learn that fact. Took the blade from my back, put the pen to the pad. Now the pain do the work, never run from the past. Every step, every breath, got me built to last. Oh, we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we
Static in the air. Something in the room feels thin. You reach for a joke in the dark. You lit the whole night since your grin. Smoking off your skin. Every time you let that sin off your skin.
flame. Stars falling out your heart. Stars falling out your heart. Of your skin. Stars falling out your heart. Of your skin. Stars falling out your heart. Spiritually grazed, spiritually touched. Yeah. Spiritual cup got drugged up. Snake in the legs, front snugged up. Dog, I was a fat old king, thought the sun was a soft joke. Washed up, they twisted your body to theme park rides on your pain to a nightclub. Madam Wu, calling on shadow, Carly in the caption, you trust. Brown glove, sitting at your face, can't tell gold from rough. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. Devil worship, prophetic, nasty, we're pathetic. On Christ, Revelation 1:18, I said it. These books saving souls alive. Cutting through the glam and the high. You scroll while they auction your site. I'm praying that you make it out alive. Like, I'm jumping off your skin. Every time you let that in. Off your skin. You think you playing with a flame, and stars falling out your heart. 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 Charged up, charged like a proton, yeah. Hard in the sky, but my feet on the floor, whole lot of pressure, I just turn the mode on. Charged up, charged like a proton. Charged up, charged like a proton. Hit on my name, but it still get rolled on. Instead of getting the brain, I just flip the code on. Charged up, charged like a proton. More extorting me after you reported me. Bounce back flawlessly, talking like it's more of me, it's more with me. Gorgeously, they thought they were over me. Now they study every move, you can drip like a sorcery. Wait, Ali Muhammad, why just stop it? Scroll full of gossip, spirit out of pocket. No shoppers, the most high is the topic. Hands off the plug, he the only one who got it. He can wave, make you wavy. Mental slaves make you crazy. Chasing every train to your own soul, hate me. Dave Chappelle, the straight say, be on HG. Jokes here harder than your whole fake bravery. Up early, so dirty, but my face clean. Use a mirror made to hate beam. Turn to straight steam, fall clear, not a past scene. Now my face clean, even though they throw mud on me. Well, here's to the day out of where I praise the chase. See on my face clean, even though they throw mud on me. Charged up, charged like a proton. Hard in the sky, but my feet on the floor on. Whole lot of pressure, I can turn the mode on. Charged up, charged like a proton. Charged like a proton. Charged up, 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 charged Hold up. Drake, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, bro, EnQi, bro, EnQi, flow on an EnQi, no, on the way, yeah. She said EnQi is the king, we about to change the world again, so I'ma be your girlfriend, you gon' be my boyfriend, till the wheel fall off, or the world end. I said, you play too much. She said she ain't playing. Little gold chain on the next one. Phone face down when it start running. Then she try to flew me out. I said, girl, what you be about? She said, put your pen on the map. I got the rap, I got the rap, I got the rap. Okay, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, 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 flow on the EnQi, no, on the way, on the way. Late night tell you up, yeah. She sent a pic, ain't hoodie I wear. Said you know they gon' talk, she said let them out step. If they ever try you, I'll appear from thin air. Front seat slide through the south side. She took my hand, said you mine. Told her slow down, she said about time. If this the wrong thing, then now I'm fine. I don't wanna hurt you. Drake, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, 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 flow on the EnQi, no, and up on the waves, on the way. I don't wanna hurt you. Like a proton, love is an electron. We locked in place. Still charged, still on. Pull me in. Transform. Turn a Decepticon heart. Reborn. Yours electric, your pull magnetic. I was off center, you made it symmetric. Like a proton, love, and electron. Can't run from that feel we're on. Spiritually great, spiritually touched. You said it was grace, I call that a crutch. Spiritual cup was cars beat up. Slip me the seat in a gold rim cup. You thought God was a fat Roman statue stone. Never really spoken, said a healer was a gay man joke. But you joking on the words you wrote. Them temples to your body, the playland. Painted guards on the walls and the name changing. I done moved, call it what? Strange brand, brown chocolate in your, but you call that gameplay. Like a proton electron. Like a proton electron. Yeah. Yours electric, your pull magnetic. Mix scripture with tricks and then call it prophetic. Devil worshiping designer aesthetics. Nasty work and you post apologetic on Christ. Revelation 1:18, tongue like a blade, cut clean through the screen. No nice, you quoting but you never read. Book saving souls while you chase bread. Natures in the margin, ancestors watching. You chasing every trend. Still feel forgotten, thought the gods were a joke. Now you feel the smoke. Altars in your head where the trauma spoke. Like a proton, love, and electron. Like a proton, love, and electron. In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way. Hold up. Drake, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, bro, EnQi, bro, EnQi, 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 flow on the EnQi, no, on the way, Yeah. She said EnQi is the king. We about to change the world again. So I'ma be your girlfriend. You gon' be my boyfriend. Till the wheel fall off or the world end. I said you play too much. She said she ain't playing. Little gold chain on the next one. Phone face down when it start raining. Then she try to flew me out. I said, girl, what you be about? They said, put your pen on the map. I got the route, I got the route, I got the route. Okay, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, 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 float on the EnQi, no, on the way, on the way. Late night tell you up. Yeah, she sent a pics, I ain't hoodie, I wear. Said you know they gon' talk, she said let them out step. If they ever try you, I'll appear from thin air. Front seat sliding through the south side. She took my hand, said you mine. Told her slow down, she said about time. If this the wrong thing, then now I'm fine.
I don't wanna hurt you.
Drake, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, 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 float on the EnQi, no, and up on the waves. On the way.
I don't wanna hurt you.
Charged up, charged like a proton, yeah. Hard in the sky, but my feet on the floor, done. Whole lot of pressure, I just turn the mode on. Charged up, charged like a proton. Charged up, charged like a proton. Hit on my name, but it still get rolled on. Instead of getting the brain, I just flip the code on. Charged up, charged like a proton. More extorting me after you reported me. Bounce back flawlessly, talking like it's more of me, it's more with me. Gorgeously, they thought they were over me. Now they study every move, you can drip like a sorcery. Wait, Ali Muhammad, why just stop it? Scroll full of gossip, spirit out of pocket. No shoppers, the most high is the topic. Hands off the plug, he the only one who got it. He can wave, make you wavy. Mental slaves make you crazy. Chasing every train to your own soul, hate me. Dave spell the straight save you on HD. Jokes here harder than your whole fake bravery. Up early, so dirty, but my face clean. You was a mirror made of hate beam. Turn to straight steam, fall clear, not a past scene. Now my face clean, even though they throw mud on me. Well, here's to the day out of where I craze the chase. See it on my face clean, even though they throw mud on me. Charged up, charged like a proton. Hard in the sky, but my feet on the floor on. Whole lot of pressure, I can turn the mode on. Charged up, charged like a proton. Charged like a proton. Charged up, 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 charged
You failed the test.
red light. Cold sweat on your chest. You failed the lie detector. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic, we wavy. Other platform, follow that norm. Hater boy. 40 years like nature boy. Biblical. 40 years like nature boy. Don't play with the nature. A young furry legend. Put his mind on the stretcher, I bet you. Think twice if you follow polite. Blink twice if you seeing that height. Third eye, get him scared of the sight. I don't chase, I just bend me the light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Quantum tunneling. feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Close range, but I'm here from afar. Wormhole in the back of the car. Check code, every digit, every scar. Heart scan, ready to show where you are. Big stepper with the glimpse on the belt. Gold dust on the book on the shelf. If you knew what your silent really spelled, you would never let them program yourself. I'm the glitch in the script I revolt. I'm the truth that they thought they could bolt. Try to K what was made out of votes. I just faced through the wall like a ghost. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels alright. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Hold up. Drake, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, bro, EnQi, bro, EnQi, flow on an EnQi, no, I'm on the way, yeah. She said EnQi is the king, we about to change the world again, so I'ma be your girlfriend, you gon' be my boyfriend, till the wheel fall off, or the world end. I said you play too much, she said she ain't playing, little gold chain on the next one, phone face down when it start rain, then she try to flew me out, I said girl what you be about, I said put your pen on the map, I got the rap, okay, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, flow on an EnQi, no, on the way, late night tell you up, yeah, she sent a pic saying hoodie I wear, said you know they gon' talk, she said let them out step, if they ever try you I appear from thin air, front seat slide through the south side, she took my hand, said you mine, told her slow down, she said about time, if this the wrong thing and now I'm fine, I don't wanna hurt you. Drake, no, Kendrick, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, no, EnQi, flow on the EnQi, no, and I'm on the waves, on the way. I don't wanna hurt you. She said she stopped listening to Drake, stopped listening to Kendrick. When EnQi started dropping music, everything else was finished. She said EnQi is the king, we about to change the world again. So I'ma be your girlfriend, you gon' be my boyfriend. So the wheel fall off, or the world end, boy I'm in it. I said you play too much, she said she ain't playing, dead serious. And she tried to flew me out, late text I bought the ticket. I said girl what you be by? She hit back, boy you different.
Late night glow on my face, blue screen paint in the room, heartbeats caught in the scroll, I'm already consumed. The street's over, she don't want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. D-do bad boy, E-boy, she log in and it's me on. Whole world smile on her home screen. The street's over, she want a D-boy, she wanna keep a gangster. but she wanna keep a gangster. You're my girl, I'm your boy. What's online can't be destroyed. We so cute, keep smiling for me. That a lie comes, feel like a story. Text gives us feel real. Sound like Jojo. Sending all type of emojis, sending all type of emojis. This on my phone came alive. You my veins in my mind.
Lost my phone and thought I lost you. I was bugging, I was falling through. Scrolling through the past like where you at. Refresh, refresh. I want you back. Online loving, low-key drugging. I'm your online husband, so I'm stalking. Watch you blossom, heart and lost on every blossom. Live my, we both oversharing. Husband, but I keep on staring. If this a glitch, don't fix it. I'll say sign into your life. She want me, want keep a gangster. Digital bad boy, but she log in and it's me only. Whole world small on the home screen.
The streets up. She want deep, but she want keep a gangster. She want keep, but she want keep a gangster.
You don't get it. I feel it is a feeling, chemistry appealing, sexual healing. Atoms don't touch, they feel each other. Running in the dark, completing one another. The feel is a feeling, chemistry through the ceiling, election stealing, Christ complex revealing. I'm feeling the fear, invisible but real. Can't see or touch it, but it make me near. The grace divine, the space, her mind. Nothing like it in space or time.
Ion is love sick, choked up, proton and electron broke up. Who left, who stayed, that's the number on the grade. +1 and electron left, -1 the proton. Step bonds got weak valence exposed. Try to stay neutral, nobody chose. Now I'm charged up, feeling the pull. Opposites attract, that's chemical law. We collide, the solution sparks in the mix. Every time you're near me, I'm reacting again. A molecule nervous mixed up, covalent promises shook up. Share what we made, counting valence like faith paired up, but the balance been pulled apart by the elements. Try to stay stable, walked it incomplete. Lone pairs watching while the bond lost its heat. On eyes, hearts in collision, spark the reaction, no permission. Electron clouds swirling tight, energy levels jumping high tonight. Attraction strong, repulsion too. Stoic geometry says I belong with you. Catalyst waiting, just one more try. Heat of the moment, can't deny. Vibrate, breathe, vibrate, patient, vibrate, inspiration, inspiration. Nobody loves stronger than a proton, like a proton loves an electron.
Love boss, love talks, all for society.
I love you to pieces.
That's my identity.
That I said Jesus.
Mary love Jesus.
Mary love Jesus. Love stronger than gravity, stronger than any system.
I love you to pieces.
Yeah, that my ISIS thesis.
Love resurrected.
Hey, love resurrected, Osiris back from the dust. Only a proton, still enough to power us. Love stronger than ISIS, stronger than the strong fool, stronger than the pressure that can bend the stars cold. Love boss, love toss, all the fear to the side. Love the strongest wave you can ever ride. Love stronger than magnet, than the weak in my veins. When you step in the room, all the numbers go straight. I love you to peace.
That's how I be.
Not as a Jesus.
Mary love Jesus.
Mary love Jesus. Love stronger than gravity, stronger than any system.
I love you to pieces.
ISIS is the first. Ride or die in the scrolls. Remember how she built that man up, gave him a throne. ISIS is only fan. When the kingdom got cold, peace in every part together. Turn the story to gold. Love stronger than ISIS, stronger than the fall down, stronger than the silence. When they cut the lights out. Love boss, love talks, every law to the side. Only force in the cosmos that can bend time. I love you to people.
I love you to people.
Self-created. Self-created.
I came from nothing. I came from nothing. Flipping energy. I'm really glad you into me. You said to me, on my quest for the world to remember me. I'm here to make history. Living freely. Make me. Read about it, Timothy. Yeah, I came from nothing. That's the discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's about yours. I came from nothing. That's the discussion. Traveling ways, stand together, make a fan together, withstand the weather, clip and whatever. I came from nothing. That's the discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's about yours. Infiltrated, energy flooded. How you gon' move in this direction? Who play with your mind? Who play with your mind? Like being in your feelings out loud. It's all about feels, having feelings. Those high voices, I'm feeling. Saying what you're trying. The universe exists, that I've been with ya. Yeah, I'm success. I repeat this. Love brought the universe into existence. Circuits resistance. Spreading persistence.
discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's about yours. Together, make a family together, settle whatever, big bad whatever. I came from nothing. I start this question. It's not about my Is it well yours? Discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's about yours. Like a proton loves an electron. We locked in place, still charged, still on. Pull me in. Pull me in. Transform. Turn the Decepticon on. Reborn. You're as electric. You're full magnetic. I was off center. You made it symmetric. Like a proton loves an electron. Can't run from that field we're on. Spiritually great, spiritually touched. Said it was great, so I call that a crush. Your spiritual cup was God's beat up. Split me the seed in a gold rim cup. You thought God was a pharaoh, man. Statue stone, never really spoken. Said the healer was a gay man joke. But you choking on the words you wrote. Them temples took your body to play land. Painted gods on the walls and they changed hands. Adam who, Crowley what? Strange brand, brown chakra in you, but you call that game plan. Proton loves an electron. We locked in place, still charged, still on. Like a proton loves an electron. You're as electric, you're full magnetic. Mix scripture with tricks, then call it prophetic. Devil worship and design aesthetics. Nasty work, then you post apologetic. Don't cry, Revelation 1:18. Don't like a blade cut clean through the screen on ice. You quoting, but you never read. Books saving souls while you chase bread. Enters in the margin, enters in us watching. You chasing every trend, still feel forgotten. Thought the gods were a joke, now you feel the smoke. Orders in your head where the trauma spoke. Like a proton loves an electron. Like a proton loves an electron. Like a proton. Like a proton. I came from nothing, flipping energy. I'm really glad you into me. You're sending me on my quest for the world to remember me. I'm here to make history, living vividly. They gon' mimic me. Read about me until the day I came from nothing. That's discussion. Pause, it's not about my feelings, it's about yours. Traveling waves, stand together, make a family together, withstand the weather, click bang, whatever. I came from nothing, that's the discussion. Pause, it's not about my feelings, it's about yours. Movie shaking, energy flipping. How you gon' move in this good decision? Who play with your heart? Who play with your mind? Like being in your feelings, out of line. It's all about bills, having feelings. That's how forces have feelings. Say it with your chest. The universe exists in a breath. What's your idea of success? Family busy, love from the universe into existence. Circus resistance, spinning persistence, winning relentless. Church forgiveness. Traveling waves, stand together. Make a family together, withstand the weather. Click bang, whatever. I came from nothing. Let's do discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's about yours. Touching this feeling this touch. Making love ain't the same as booking. Melanin, but can't reception. You get on my nerves, patient. Like a sound figment of imagination. Keep waiting, I'm loving you. W, live stream chat type W. Was understood, don't need to be said. You know who's running your brain. Let's stand together, like a family together. We're standing the weather, kick better, whatever. I came from nothing. It's the discussion. It's not about my feelings, it's about stand together, like a friend together. When you stand away, not for discussion. Cause it's not about my feelings, it's about yours. I came from nothing, that's the discussion. Cause
Late night glow, blue light on my face. You're right in my soul. I can't scroll away, we don't know each other silent. I know you laugh by text. Every pause feels like a question when I see you typing there. You drop on me, my drop a heart, you vanish, I second guess. Refresh, refresh, refreshing, like I'm chasing what's left. We are online love story. Out the comment section, I'm in question. No touch, but it's real to me. Through the miles, through the wires, this connection. You the only tab I keep on repeat across the miles. Through Wi-Fi, closer than reality. Marry me, marry me. We don't need the same time zone to feel the same heartbeat. Just pixels and these signals, it feel like you know me. You send a pic, I send a prayer that this ain't all a dream. But I is so alive, got me talking to the screen. If I fly to your city, will your voice sound the same? Will your eyes say stay, or will you log out my name? Still I'm saving every message like a ring I can't see. Cause in this cloud, in this cold, you already chose me. We are online love story. Love story. Love story. I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Your voice, it tickles my passion. No tricks, no slide, no placebo. When I'm tunneling through the night, your gravity feels so right. Every glance is a solar flare. I'm floating, but you're right there. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron.
She said she stopped listening to Drake, stopped listening to Kendrick. When EnQi started dropping music, everything else was finished. She said EnQi is the king, we about to change the world again. So I'ma be your girlfriend, you gon' be my boyfriend. Till the wheel fall off, or the world end, boy I'm in it. I said you play too much, she said she ain't playing, dead serious. Then she tried to flew me out, latex I bought the ticket. I said girl what you be by? She hit back, boy you different.
You pull me in every time I see her voice, I hear her eyes. I'm in love with her mind. She's strong where I'm weak at, quiet where I speak. As she peace and the feedback, heart like a secret, I keep it. I need that. You're all electric, you're poor magnetic. You magnetic, I'm drawn, I'm caught, attracted, drawn. You magnetic, I'm drawn, I'm caught, attracted, drawn. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic, this is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Yeah, energy, your aura, your vibe. You bend on my lines, got me crossing every line just to open your energy, yeah, the vibe. Got me lost inside your eyes. Every night I knew. Broke when I met you. Track. Track.
Affliction the cold. Heat on the road. Sand and beach water. Watch how it flow. Yeah. I'm not a street author. This a deep offer. It's all love. Sand and beach water.
Sand and beach water.
Yes. Particles and waves. Jeremiah 5, verse 22. You feel that line? Boundary away. I'm how to behave. OC on the leash, still crash in the same place. Stayed engaged, even when the frame changed. Collapse a wave, just by giving it a name. The master stage, we just acting through the haze. Sit back, peek, or the chaos still obeys.
The universe is beach, water, foam and depth. Tiny little flecks of a thought you left. Sent you reeling, command appealing. It's all a feeling, a feel. Cop in the field, chilling. Stand on the shore while the grid keeps spinning. Every grain of sand got a whole world in it. Heart stay soft while the fast get hard. All over, all off in the edge of that water.
Tickle my piezo. Tickle my piezo, tickle my piezo, no place deep away, steal your voice, mind crack. Tickle my piezo paw, the whole world vibrate. 9 is a wave cycle. Watch the ground levitate.
The wave was the Jew is God. The flow came carved in stone, then broke that yard. Life was 360s on the yard, walking circles in the dust. You thought I was a fat Roman. Gold ring stain up your arms electric, your magnetic pull. Revelation 118 on night, script flip page full. These books saving souls on light, ink bleed deep in the spine. Let you speak from the margin, turn a chalk heart into a sign. Put a chalk heart into a sign. EnQi books give sight to the blind, light to the mind that's taught. Even the plain field, whole 9, new route, same forward. 9 is the way that cycle, backspin, backslide, back home. Deaf and blind is a slave cycle. Chain link carved in a phone, scroll, glow, that's false sunrise. Blue tint stuck in your eye, but your voice cut through like tide. Pull me out the static and light. Yeah. Look, stinging and understanding, part of the planet, calm. Everything grew from that bond, that love. Hashtag wish the same for black love, get along. God is rhythm, pick a song. But labor and the pressure gotta be strong. I could be wrong. Queens turn kings out of pawns. Force automatic, electrostatic, animal magnet. Love is a habit, silly rabbit. You can't have it. If you panic, electrons roll. But there's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. Electrons roll. But there's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. We went from silence to static. Now we laughing in traffic. All that damage turned the balance, took a challenge, made it magic. You my solace in the madness. If I vanish, you still branded on my canvas. Hard on hazard, still I let you take advantage. Love is dangerous, but I'm standing in the canvas. Yeah, I'm standing. Still I'm standing in the canvas. Yeah, I'm here. There's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. Electron roll. There's no place like home. They always come home. They know it's their home. You failed the test.
red light. Cold sweat on your chest. You feel the lie detector. Your aura's electric, your magnetic, we wavy. Other platform, follow that norm, hater boy. 40 years like nature boy, 40 years like nature boy. Don't play with a nature, young fat electric, remind on the stretcher, I bet you. Think twice if you follow for life. Think twice if you seen that hype. Third eye got them scared of the sight. I was just there to give me the light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Quantum tunneling through night. Your gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. Osiris is the king of light. Close range, but I'm here from afar. One hole in the back of the car. Check code, every digit, every scar. Her scammer, the shadow where you are. Big stepper with the glips on the belt. Gold dust on the book on the shelf. If you knew what your silently spelled, you would never learn program yourself. On the glitch in the script, I revoke. On the truth that they thought they could vote. Try to keep what was made out of votes. I just fade through the wall like a ghost. Quantum tunneling through night. Gravity feels so right. Osiris is the king of light. I see her voice, I hear her eyes. I'm in love with her mind. She's strong where I'm weak at, quiet where I speak at. She just be. My doubts collapse, heart race fast, but my hands relax. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I move without thinking, it's automatic. You magnetic, I'm drawn, I'm gone, attracted, drawn. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Move to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic, this is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Energy, your aura, your vibe. You step in the room and the air get thin. Whole world hush when you lean, when you breathe. You strong where I fold up, calm where I'm too much. You just look my way and the noise backspins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I move without thinking, it's automatic. Every push I try turns to you again. Every path I ride curves around your name. I keep saying I'm cool, but our orbit the same. You're the center, I'm the speed, I'm the spark in a flame.
Sliding in your DM, whispering in your chat. Emoji on the app, do something to your back like who that? Who that? You my E-girl, I'm your E-boy. What's online can't be destroyed. We so cute, the streets over, screenshots look like wedding photos. She wanna keyboard gangster E-boy. She don't want a D-boy decoy. We electric, this natural, my waves flashing. You get it, factual. Sliding in your DM, whisper in your chat. Emoji on the app, do something to your back. Love is like from feelings touching, feelings rushing. Even though they don't touch, you my forever crush. You my forever crush. Late calls, blue glow on your face. Heartbeats in the typing pace. Feeling waves crashing through. Wide up, still I'm next to you. We electric, no distance between. Two profiles, but we live in between. Your handle written over my heart, little avatar, tore my world apart. Oh, yeah. Whisper in your chat. You're on the only app, do something to your back. Love is like from feelings touching, feelings rushing. Even though they don't touch, you're my forever crush. You're my forever crush.
Tickle my piezo. Tickle my piezo. Tickle my piezo. No placebo way, Evo way, stilo. Your voice might crave, yeah. Tickle my piezo. Whole world vibrate. 9 is a wave cycle. Watch the ground levitate. The wave was a jewel, the jewel was God. The flow came carved in stone, then broke their yard. Life was 360 on a yard. Walking circles in the dust. You thought God was a fat Roman. Gold ring, stained cup. Your aura's electric. Your pull, magnetic pull. Revelation 1:18 on nice. Script flip. Page full, these books saving souls on life. Ink bleed deep in the spine. Edges speak from the margin. Turn a chalk heart into a sign. Yeah. EnQi books give sight to the blind. Light to the mind that's torn. Even the playing field hold 9. New route, same fork. 9 is the way that cycle. Backspin, backslide, yeah. Backspin blind is the slave cycle. Chain link carved in the phone. Scroll glow, that's false sunrise. Blue tint stuck in your eyes, but your voice cut through like sirens. Pull me out of static and light. Tickle my piezo. Off the cigarette. Tickle my piezo. Yeah.
Love is the way, baby. Love is the way, baby. Love is the way, yeah. Love is the way. Love is family. Love is daddy. Love is God above. Get the house getting healthy. That's the way we act. True family, get the house, we gon' build that lag. Love is family. Family love, love is
all we ask. Love is all we ask. Make America love again. Save from the block, from the mud, from the heart within. America love again, love again, love again. Get high on that drug again. Like the feeling your head, the feeling when you judge your friends. Fight with all your might, why they start jumping. Love it, the spirit, they got your heart pumping. Ain't that son, give me the wave. Engine, mapping the way we pray. Wave, function, spirit, emotion. Love it, the ocean. We the cousins and the brothers on the same road. Grandma in the kitchen, that's the same code. Yeah. Love it, function, family the junction. Circle so tight, turn trauma to gumption. Turn it up. Dirty music, love is love. Tell me love, love is love. We just got up, need the love, that's something else. Love is thing that got your My system's out of order. Too many variables in play. I try to keep conditions constant, but the pressure didn't stay. I'm super saturated, waiting for a moment just to breathe. Every thought's in random motion, brownie and energy in me. Heart rate spiking like a reaction. I didn't plan to start. You walked in like a regent, found the weakness in my chart. I've been buffering the pain, trying not to overflow. Every time you get too close, my defenses decompose. We're chasing equilibrium, but we're never standing still. Love goes hard like attraction. Anxiety bears my will. Some days I make southern make. Some nights I lose my heat. I don't need perfect conditions, just someone stable next to me. I've been low like concentration, deluded in my own doubt. Mind feels heavy like a precipitate. I can't filter out. Depression sits in slow motion, lowering my reaction rate, while anxiety's collision theory. Yeah. Every fear is full speed, no delay. I hide behind activation areas, scared of what I might release. If you trigger the wrong back way, I'll pull the part away. Find peace. I've been trying to self-regulate, keep my molecules alive, but it's a peak keep for whispering. I'm running. We're chasing equilibrium, but we're never standing still. Love goes hard like attraction. Anxiety bears my will. Some days I'll externally. Some nights I lose my heat. I don't need perfect conditions. It's someone stable next to me. Baby, love's not meant to fix me. Baby, it's a catalyst. Those walls I built from fear, nothing changes the chemistry. It's a sense I don't need you to save me. The story's depression high. Let me reach a steady state where I don't feel like I'll break or die. Sweet equilibrium, Strums of force of interaction, not a cure, but a gift. When my system's overloaded, my person used to sleep. Stay with me through fluctuations. Stay my constant But we separate, we change. Still fade by, we transform. Either way, the energy is real. Every heart obeys the lies.
I'm still standing when the lights go out, still breathing when the world counts me out. From the dirt to the crown, yeah, I heard my sound, turn the pain into power. Hear me now, I was low, I was down, but I figured it out. Every scar tells a story, every tear was a drought. Now I rain on the doubts, yeah. I'm still standing now. Rise from a dark time, eyes on the clock. Heart beating heavy, feel the fear detox. Cutting out the venom, let the dead weight drop. Been breaking all these chains till the voices stop. Resetting my bloodstream, pressure on top. Red ox in my soul, yeah, we charge that shot. NRF2 in my brain, we unlock. Bless every setback, now we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Oh, we rock, we rock. Deep in the night, had to face my faults, had to bleed out the lies, let the truth walk tall. Detox all the doubt, watch it fade like chalk. Turn a bruise to a badge every time I fall. Special in the silence, had to learn that fact. Took the blade from my back, put the pen to the pad. Now the pain do the work, never run from the past. Every step, every breath, got me built to last. Oh, we are, we are. Oh, we are, we are. Oh, we are, we Sky high Nikes, touching all the time zones. Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi's on my mind when I'm alone. I'll settle low, go global, that's my vibe. Try Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi's and sky high Nikes. Take that ride, if you break it then you buy it. That's a rule, that's a fee. You my Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi. Hit the light, stay with me. Maybe someday we'll meet offline. Laugh about how this all began. Maybe we're just a moment in time. Two lives that briefly align. Either way, I won't forget the way you made me feel. See, even this couldn't block what we built between us. Screen late nights, blue glow on your face. You in my hoodie in a whole nother place.
Save your pics in a hidden little file, but it's your voice, not your body, got me cracking a smile. Shine out, you said again with a half-done advice. On my mind with half-done, but I send a plug, put a plug, it's her plug. Signs of my mind, it's the sky high, hiding. Sky high, it's the sky high, high. Sky high, high. You sent a gin with a half-done mug. I sent a pull-up with a half-charge plug. Time lag it, but the vibe stay snug. You in my comments like a custom drug. Say, Lord.
Let me see what we got going on. All right, today is officially fake New Year's Day. Right? Today is officially the fake New Year's Day. Shout out to Kev, always repost the stream. Let's go with the super chat. That's how you start the new year right. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Well, it's the real new year. You know what I'm saying? It's the real new year. But there are other calculations. There are other calculations for the new year. You know what I'm saying? So some people celebrate nature's new year, which is when the springtime roll in, when life comes back. Some people celebrate the new year when their birthday hits, whatever that is. If you have the star chart book, our new year is when the sun is at its zenith, right? We was going through the star chart book a little bit last night, right? For inspiration purposes, when the sun is at its zenith is our new year. And then some people feel like because, Julius Caesar put in July and August for himself and shifted the calendar around, they don't want to celebrate the Roman New Year, even though they have no problem with listening to music. And the same Roman, right, Julius Augustus Caesar, also inserted his name in terms of music, right? We have the octave. The octave is also short for Octavius, right? The octave is short for Octavius, right? And then, of course, we got fake Haitian Independence Day. But I got a question for you, Peyton. Peyton, I got a question for you. Hold on. I got a question for you, though, Peyton, so don't go nowhere.
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. EnQi, Dr. EnQi. I love Dr. EnQi.
Yo. AmeryKa. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush.
So, Peyton, what's on page 250? Can you tell me that? What's on page 250? Because in my book, well, I don't have the book yet. I'm about to say, show it to me. Let me see it. No, I don't have the yeah, I don't have the same page count. So are you talking about the are you talking about the you talking about the section where we have like the little trial? No, he might not be talking about. Are you talking about that? Because that's one thing, but that's not. So there's another space in the who what chapter. No, there's the who what. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Because there's a few different places. Yeah, it's a few different places where we have that. As you know, we got the We have the questions, the Q&A, right? We got our Q&A. Let me see. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, see, I gotta navigate through the original. The original doesn't have, you know what I'm saying? And then people in the audience, they don't have anything. So they don't even know what we're talking about. Let me see something. I wonder if I can go backwards. Oh no, I can't. Okay, so this is limited to what I can do to it. No, I got it. I know where I got it. I know where it's at. It's just a matter of my stream y'all acting a fool. I'm trying to get there. Hold on, let me see something. Don't leave. I'll be right back. Okay, now let's see. Wow, I reset the thing and everything, and it still didn't work. Okay, so bending spoon is taking over. Yeah, I can't get to it. Okay, this is a new thing. Ah, okay. Now let me see. Okay, this don't have the same many pages, but I could jump around. Okay, so what I just did just now was I just updated my StreamYard and it changed some stuff. Interesting. Yeah, it just changed some stuff. So I should be able to get around a little faster. Okay, hold on. Let me find out this thing won't open up all of the. Okay, so am I limited to? Okay, yeah, so I'm limited to what I could do in terms of opening up. Oh, wow. Okay, so I can only upload half of a PDF. Half of my PDF is the only thing I can get onto this StreamYard as it is. That's crazy. Well, I guess y'all really got to have a book now. Yo, y'all really got to have a book now. That, I mean, y'all really have to have the book now. That's crazy. That is wow. I wanted to tap in. I wanted to tap into that and jump through a few little pieces in there. Cause I think the and see there's some stuff in there. So these books go together. I know people already know that to an extent. Right? But what we did in the plant genetics book, and we haven't even had a chance to go through that book. But what we did in the plant genetics book, matter of fact, let me see something. Don't leave. Don't leave me.
Hit the light, stay with me. Maybe someday we'll meet offline. Laugh about how this all began. Maybe we're just a moment in time.
Touchdown. Touchdown. All right. Yeah. Nah, I was going to figure it out. We was going to figure it out. Now, we done did all this work to get this one part of the book to work, and Peyton going to redirect us to another part. Okay, yeah. So no. What I was saying was, all right. So now we cooking. Happy fake New Year's to everybody. Happy real New Year for people that this is a real New Year for. Happy fake New Year for people this is a fake New Year for. Happy Osiris Day. Happy Osiris Day for the family celebrating the Osiris festival, the Osiris holiday, Asar Wusir, right? Yeah. Now we here. We had our technical difficulties. It wouldn't be a holiday if we didn't have technical difficulties. But so Peyton was complimenting this chapter in the book, and everybody should have this book. This is the book that we actually been going through. Right? We actually been going through this book. So let us go over here real quick. Right now, this is the new book. This book just dropped today. So we're definitely going to talk about this book. Right? We're definitely going to talk about that book. Right. But this is the book we're talking about right here. Yeah, this is the book we're talking about right here. So if you don't have this book, go grab this book. Right? If you don't have this book, go grab this book. All right, and here is where we are. Yeah, of course, I'm skipping a bunch. Right? I'm skipping a bunch. All right, and then I'm jumping down here into the chapter. Now, all of these books have a rhythm. They all have a rhythm, regardless to what the title says, regardless to what the cover looks like. All of these books have a rhythm, right? They all have a place where they leave off and where the next book picks up. So here we're talking about specifically Wave chemistry. Wave chemistry. This is not something that is commercial just yet, right? This is not necessarily commercial just yet, but it is something that you have to know going into the future. Right? So we just go through the amino acids, right? We go through the amino acids in terms of frequency, right? Just like from a wave-based from a musical wave-based perspective, right? We walk through the all of the amino acids, right? We walk through all of the amino acids. So this is why I was saying last week that if we were to make it through these books, and I think even what us not making it through the book, like just um, covering the ground that we was able to cover, right? It still gives you a very, very different understanding of when we do go back to regular classes, right? When we do go back to regular classes in terms of melanin is anabolic, we still have a couple of weeks left. And then obviously Black's Anatomy, Proton book, our water classes, all of the different previously, where we left off before we got lost in the holiday, right? But we teach the amino acids from a totally different perspective. First book I buy of 2026 would be first book you buy of 2026 should be. Now I can't control what you do. I appreciate the support no matter what, right? No matter what, I appreciate the support. But I'm just saying the first book you should buy. The first book you should buy. This is the first book you should buy. Right? This is the first book you should buy. This book is off the chain. Right? This is off the chain. And then, of course, we have another book that's out today. We have two books out today. We have this book, and then we have bam, this came out today. So we have two new books out today. For Parkinson's, have you read The Dope Game and the Glymphatic System yet? Have you read those 2 books yet? No. I'm saying I would say read those 2 books. I would say read those 2 books. Yeah, I would say read those 2 books right there. Here you go. Oh, you got them in your cart. Oh, hey. Yeah, I would say read those 2 books and then holler back at me. Yeah, you might not have that. Those 2 books might answer your questions. Those 2 books might answer your questions. Right? And then you have overall books. You have overall books that you probably might want to have in your tool bag. This is the Constitution book. Yeah. So I would say read those 2 books that you have, and then maybe you might want to add this on top of it. This is the Constitution book. Yeah, this is going to give you a different vantage point and give you put a lot of tools. This is going to put a lot of tools in your belt. This is like an action. This is like a Batman belt. Yeah, this is like the Batman belt. This is going to put a lot of tools in your belt. Hold on 1 second.
Nikes, touching all the time zones. Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi's on my mind when I'm alone. Don't settle low, go global, that's my vibe. Try Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi's and sky high Nikes. Take that ride, if you break it then you buy it. That's a rule, that's a fee. You my Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi. Hit the light, stay with me. Maybe someday we'll meet offline. Laugh about this all begin. Maybe we're just a moment in time. 2 lives that briefly align. Either way, I won't forget the way you made me feel. See, even this couldn't block what we built between us. Screen late nights,
Blue glow on your face, you in my hoodie in a whole nother place. Save your pics in a hidden little file, but it's your voice, not your body, got me cracking a smile. Shining yellow, you send a DM with a half-done up. On my mind with half-done, that's in the club, put a plug, it's her plug. Times of my life, it's a sky high, hiding. Sky high, it's a sky high, high. Sky high, you send a gin with a half-done mug. I send a pull-up with a half-charge plug. Time lag it, but the vibe stay snug. You in my comments like a custom drug. Say log off, but you still logging. Screensaver fade, but we still locked in. If this a phase, let it never move on. If this a way, let it never be gone.
Refresh, reload, there you are again. New day, same clothes, still more than a friend. If this ever drops, if the signal go quiet, let the first red apple come in to find me.
Sky high Nike, touching all the time zones. Wi-Fi, it's on my mind when I'm alone. Don't settle low, go glow, but that's my life. Try Wi-Fi, it's in sky high Nike. Sky Wi-Fi, it's in sky high Nike. Sky Wi-Fi, Nike.
Late night, screen glow, heart rate way too close. I thought online was dead till you crept inside my head. Thumbs shake on a cracked screen, hit send. Then I just lean back online, searching offline, hurting. Text you soon as I woke up. 3 dots had my hopes up. 3 dots got me locked up. Never met, still it feels like we share breath in the same light. 3 dots, you type, then you stop. Got me staring at the clock. 3 dots, 3 dots, 3 dots. You're the glitch in my thoughts. Every blink, every pause. 3 dots, 3 dots, 3 dots. You are all of my weak spots. We are 3 dots. We never conspired, still the wires got us twisted. Never breathe the same air, still this thing feel wicked. Living online love affair, spooky action at a distance. Entangled in an instant, is it science or a witness? Is it physics or religious? I love you like tea and biscuits. Electron, proton, photon, photon. One ping and my soul's on. 3 dots got my doubts gone. Keep my faith strong. 3 dots, you tired and you stop. Got me staring at the clock. 3 dots, 3 dots, 3 dots. You're the glitch in my thoughts. Every blink, every pause. 3 dots, 3 dots, 3 dots. You are all of my weak spot. We hide. 3 dots.
Bleach on the glass. Bleach on the glass. Blue glow on your face. I've been scrolling through ghosts. Then you logged in my brain. I thought online was dead until you got in my head. So I keep my heart on mute. Now I'm typing what I never said. Online dating, offline waiting. and text you soon as I woke up. 3 dots had my hopes up, 3 dots had me wired up. We never conspired, never breathed the same air. Still I'm stuck in this chair and an online love affair. 3 dots, you got my whole world locked in a box. 3 dots, staring at the screen till the time just rolls. Spooky action at a distance, you're my bird, my addiction. 3 dots, 3 dots, every little blink hitting on my weak spot. Spooky action, are we twisted? Is it physics or religious? I love you like tea and biscuits. Little comfort in the glitches. Electron, proton, photon. Every ping got me so drawn. You say we hide on the late talk. Now my pulse in the inbox. We never met, still I'm breathless. Every message feels precious. Entangled with your existence. Heart buffering in the silence.
Nah, y'all just ain't used to them yet. You just ain't used to them yet. Listen, it's a bunch of songs in there that's crazy, like crazy. And it's a bunch of songs that's not even finished yet that's going to be in there. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So Rome is not built in a day. A lot of times I'll be working on songs. You know what I'm saying? Like the songs won't be ready in it. You know what I'm saying? It take me time. Like I know a lot of people be saying I'm, making the songs on the laptop, whatever the case may be, but I still write all of the songs. Yeah, I still write the songs. So it take me a while. So sometimes songs will be in development. And then sometimes some of them be like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it just come to you, the whole song. Right? But that's the whole concept. Let me tap into this concept a little bit. Right? Oh man. It's just one thing after another, ain't it? It's just one thing after another. Might as well get this out the way real quick.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave, reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
All right, so this is what I was about to do for that quick little exercise break, right? And this is what we went over last night. If y'all didn't see our stream last night, we started to getting into that sounded super country just there. We started getting into the journal, right? We started to get into the journal, right? Our Poor Abs journal, right? You really need to have this book, right? You really need to have this book. We went through some of the science. Well, there's a lot of science in the book, but we went through the white papers a little bit, and we were walking through the 40-day process, right? And some of the things you should monitor in terms of your 40-day transformation, or even month to month as you're doing the detox kits, right? If you're using the monthly detox kits, you should be monitoring these things, right? You should be monitoring these things because the monthly detox kit is going to impact some of these things. Is this marker still markering? Ouch. Brick. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Yeah. But A1C, right? If you're doing a monthly detox kit, your A1C, your CRP, right? Heart rate variability, cortisol levels, inflammatory markers, all of these things, right? Particularly change. You know what I'm saying? And C-reactive protein, along with these other inflammatory markers, is, you want to know where these are at. You want to have an eye on those, right? Anyway, we will get back to those for the new year, though. Right? We will get back to those at some point. Because I know we do have some people that's trying to put their best foot forward. Right? I know we do have some people that's trying to put their best foot forward. Right? Prayers goes out to anybody who has lost somebody. Right? Anybody who has lost anybody over the holiday, right? Because there are some deaths. Some people have had some deaths. So that is important that we be cognizant of that, right? At the same time, we should be thankful that we are not in that number, right? At the same time as we want to be cognizant of the people who passed, we want to be happy we are not a part of that group, right? All right, so reality. Reality is made out of atoms, our world, right? Atoms are made out of energy, right? This is how we starting the new year off right here. This is how we starting the new year off. What are doctors saying to you as a Black person? What are doctors saying to you as a Black person? I love all my white folks, my Spanish folks, and everybody else watching, but just hold on for a minute. Now, if you got family members that are Black or girlfriend, boy, well, you might need to see this, but just for you Black, actually, if you even have to work with, just to understand Black folks, you might want to just think about this, because this is some psychology that Black folks have to wrestle with. This is psychology. Listen, this is psychology. The universe is made out of energy. If you're a Black person, you have an inherent diabetes risk. The universe, our reality, is made out of energy. So, what is the inherent diabetes risk saying about you as a Black person? That you have a difficulty processing reality. Hey, as a Black person, you have an inherent risk. You have an inherent risk of not being able to metabolize reality. So, again, right? Remember, this is it. Right? I put a W here for water molecule because remember, that's the basic unit of a natural carbohydrate. A natural carbohydrate, the basic unit is carbon with water, right? Hydrated carbon, right? But that's not what we really on. This goes beyond like sugar, right? The question is energy. And what is energy? What is the nature of energy? In fact, let's see what we get from AI. And I don't have any predictions. I just want to see what AI gives us. So we're not trolling. But I just want to see how far we can go, or how far AI goes in terms of giving us a detail. All right, so energy is the ability to do work, right? Energy is the ability to do work. And work is transforming energy. Yo, I'm dead. Yo, do you see the paradox? Do you see how crazy this is? Okay, so energy is the fundamental ability to do work, cause, change, or produce motion, existing in various forms like kinetic, potential, thermal, electrical, chemical, nuclear, and light energy. And while it can transform from one type to another, the total amount of energy in the universe remains a constant. It's what powers everything from a rolling ball to a battery to the sun. Okay. Feel free, because we got some sharp minds in here, right? Shout out to Harwin. Right, we got some sharp minds in here. Somebody feel free to define what energy actually is. Yeah, somebody go ahead and define for us what energy actually is. Feel free to drop that in the comment section. Yeah, I mean, at least in some spaces you'll get a close to an honest answer. Consciousness and motion. Yeah, but see, they're gonna have that's another problem. They gotta define consciousness. All right, so here we go. Look, so in physics, the ability to do work means applying a force to move something over a distance. Energy isn't created or destroyed, just converted. The standard unit for energy is a joule, right? So this should be bringing some things to your mind, right? This is a good New Year's conversation for us to have, right? Because remember when I said, remember at the start of our class, for melanin is anabolic, right? And we still have a few more weeks coming up, right? And it's not just this book, but remember we dropped the application book, right? And we had began, I'm not going to say debunking. Actually, yeah, debunking is probably the appropriate term, right? We began debunking the concept of a calorie, right? We began debunking the concept of a calorie. Humans don't actually, like, calories don't actually apply to human beings, right? And so right now, because it's January 1st, all over the world, well, not all over the world, but all over America, people are getting into counting calories, and they're being sold programs and ideas and concepts around calories and blah, 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 blah. That is all 100% fake. That is all fake. That is all fake. That is not real. That's gobbledygook, right? And we go through our timeline. So we talk about medical school, 1765, and then we talk about calories. And calories came maybe 60, 70 years later. In the 1840s, I believe, calories, the concept of calories was discovered in Germany, right? And then a few years later, we got it in the States, right? But the concept of calorie is this. They took a piece of food, basically. They took a piece of food and put it into a fire incinerator, right? A fire incinerator. And they calculated, when you incinerate something based on combustion, like when you use fire in combustion, the energy transformation and how much energy is released and blah, 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 right? And, they use water, so it wasn't so crazy, but it still didn't have anything. Now, it still gives you a measure. So this is why it's so confusing sometimes, because it's like, wait a minute, if this is fake, how does it work? Because anything that allows you to have a unit of measure to track what you're eating is going to make you a healthier person, period. And if you start tracking, say for instance, we make up a new unit of measure right now called the live stream. And you start using the live stream and you start tracking your food and be like, well, I noticed that I'm eating 20 live streams of junk food a day, and I'm only getting in 10 live streams of, salads and, protein or whatever the case may be. So what I'm going to do is start turning that around. And my goal is going to be to get 30 live streams of greens in. And, I want to try to hit 40 live streams of protein. And because I'm changing my diet this way, my exercise is going to match, right? And I'm going to start being more active and trying to develop my body and blah, blah, blah. It don't matter if you call the unit of measure the live streams or the, the laptop, whatever you name it. If you start to use a measurement system and you apply it to what you're eating and you use it to scale down the low quality items and scale up the high quality items, your health is going to change, right? So, if you're having these discussions with people and their response to you is, if it was fake, it wouldn't work. They don't know anything about how the body works, right? That's a silly response. That's not well thought out. That's silly, right? Your body does not produce fire. Your body does not produce fire, right? So there's no combustion actually happening in the human body. So sugar is not burned. Fat is not burned. That's not a real thing, right? What actually is going on is your body is producing electricity, and it's changing that electricity, because it's not even electricity. Remember, this is when people really said that I was, against Dr. Sebi. I made one of my discoveries, one of the many, right? But one of them was that our bodies run on light. You know what I'm saying? We don't run on electricity. So he was like, hold up, you trying to diss Sebi. Sebi said the body is electric, right? And no, that's not exactly what I was saying, because your body is electric to an extent, right? You can't really separate electricity and magnetism from light. You know what I'm saying? Like that, you can't do that. That is the real trinity. You can't separate the three of them. So if you have any complex system, all of those three things are going to be mixed in there if one of them is required. But what I was saying specifically in terms of how our body works is that we're turning food into electricity, and then we're turning that electricity into two different molecules. We're turning that electricity into water, and we're turning that electricity into ATP, right? We're using that electricity to help us to recycle water, and in that process also recycle ATP. And the body is designed in such a beautiful way because it's water that actually breaks down ATP. So your body gives you them both at the same time. But when ATP is hydrolyzed, right, what's released from ATP is light, right? Is light and also kinetic energy. But as you see, energy has a circular definition, which in certain areas of schooling, they would tell you, you cannot use the word in the definition for the thing, right? You can't, if somebody's looking up a definition for something, you can't use the word to define it, because that's still not giving you a definition. But that's really what happens with energy, because they still don't tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying? You get the ability to do work, or the ability to move something, right? To transform energy or to apply a force, right? But all of those are the same thing. It's not telling you what the nature of what the energy is. You don't really find that answer anywhere, right? Because that is a spooky, that's one of those things that fits into that other category that science is trying to cover up. Not science per se, but Western academia, right? Western academia is, you know what I'm saying? So there's no real clear definition of what is the fabric of energy, right? What is the fabric of energy? Well, no, even in the concept of waves, right? Even in the concept of waves, right? Because waves we got to learn, right? Waves we got to learn, and we got to really learn it because we behind, right? And here's what I mean with in terms of waves, right? Here's what I mean in terms of waves. Because it's almost 100 years. Let me see how long ago that was. Let me see exactly how long ago that was. When was the particle wave? Okay. Oh, wow. So it is 100 years. That's crazy. Okay, so it's 100 years. It's 100 years on the nose. I gotta write that down.
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. EnQi, Dr. EnQi. I love Dr. EnQi.
Yo. AmeryKa. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm ballin', not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm ballin', not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm ballin', not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm ballin', not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they pay. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, this a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic. Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat American, heal a menu, every bite, new sermon, fork to the face, that's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, playing cold in a blood, whole nation.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon.
What the internet is telling us is between 1923 and 1925 is the inception of wave particle duality. Okay, so that's 100 years ago, right? That's 100 years ago, and up until that moment, Western academia has been living in a particle universe. A particle universe, right? Now, this is slick. This is slick, right? Because remember, it's not until 1960, right? 1960 that we get electron transport chain information. Right? Think about that. I know you're like, EnQi, what are you talking about? Yo, I know watching this channel must be wild. If you high, yo, I could only imagine being high watching a Dr. EnQi video. Oh my goodness. But this is important though, right? I want y'all to think about this. Let me see what you got over here, Harwin. Let me see what you got over here. Harwin and Peyton is in the chat going in. Let me see what they got going on over here. Oh, that song is strictly for that. Yeah, that song is strictly for that. That's the anabolic song. The anabolic song. Yeah, the anabolic song is, yeah. So hold on. Atoms aren't even a real thing. Atoms are excitements or perturbations in the field. Atom is 90% empty space. It might be more than 90%. 90% might be rounding it down. And trace energy of the field that's been excited and don't become it until we observe it. So we can only explain slightly what reality and nature does because we don't actually see the universe for what it is. And a particle universe is pseudo. Particles aren't particles at all. They're excitements in the field and don't even fully define what a field is. Yeah, see, so this is what I'm saying. This is why this is crazy, right? Yeah, I just appreciate and thank God for everybody that watches the channel, that supports, that's a part of the movement, Patreon, because what we're doing is not going to be appreciated until I'm dead and maybe even y'all are dead. You know what I'm saying? Like this what we're cultivating in the books. Y'all have to get these books because who knows? We already had a scare. We already had a scare, right? So we don't know, like, but the impact is not going to be, you know what I'm saying, until they figure out, like, what were these group of people doing? You know what I'm saying? As the world changes, right? Because there's so much that's not understood. And regardless to what you may think of me, you know what I'm saying? Some people think I'm an idiot. Some people think I'm a genius. Regardless to what you think of me, I'm driven by society. I'm driven by circumstance. You know, again, this is all about, you know, people in my family dying. And, you know, my aunt, she's one of these people that died from being too fat. I have one of those people in my family, you know what I'm saying? Like that they make TV shows about where the person is so big, they can't, you know, like move around. They're so fat, you know, she was up there 400, 500, 600 pounds. I had one of those people in my family, you know what I'm saying? So, and we all loved her to death. You know what I'm saying? We literally loved her to death. Literally, we loved her to death because she could cook like, I don't know, it was magic. If she put her finger on something, it automatically began to taste delicious. That. If she touched something, it automatically began to just taste delicious. So everybody, friends, family, acquaintances, people used to purchase their food from the supermarket and travel down to Harlem, Jefferson Projects, just to get her to cook it, just to get her to make it for them. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I've had all manner of madness, you know, and the way my mind is hardwired, I need answers. Like I can't sleep at night without answers. You know what I'm saying? So, um, it's just been curiosity since I was a kid, and that curiosity has been driven by things that I'm watching happening and just trying to figure out answers. You know what I'm saying? So the stuff that we're doing is really, we in the future. Y'all just don't know. We are in the future. We are in the future because the conversations we're having is not, but these conversations aren't somewhere else. Maybe somebody might watch what we're talking about, or like when I go to Side Page or HJ's page or somebody else's page and bring the conversation to another audience. It may spread that way, but these conversations aren't being had other places. So you got to understand where we at with it, right? And that's one of the things that makes Kemet, in my eyes, a great civilization, right? Because Kemet was on the wave. Kemet was on the wave. That's what they built their entire society around, right? They built their entire society around the concept of the wave, period. From cosmology, from cosmology to agriculture, right? And everything in between. I was just talking with one of my bros, right? Shout out to Architect. But he was telling me that he's been doing some research. Well, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it because he's going to come on and talk about what he's been finding. But he got some crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? He likes to embarrass the conscious community. So he don't pop out unless he got some crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? So he got some crazy stuff. I'll let him talk about it. But just every aspect, I'll say that. Every aspect from cosmology to agriculture to government to everyday interfacing was based on the wave, right? And everything was built that way. The people, the story, you come from a wave. Like everything was based on the wave. And for whatever it's worth, because we do know Greece got their foundation from Kemet, Rome got their foundation from Greece, which is watered down Kemetic science, and then Germany, which gave the world modern science, is Rome, right? Germany is Rome. And so how we got locked into the particle thing is kind of crazy. You know, I don't know how we got locked into that. I have to think that it has something to do with the church. Yeah, I think it was the church, and you know, I guess it actually starts with Rome though. Rome and the church is intertwined, right? The church, the conquest of the church is the conquest of Rome. The colonization of the world by Rome happened through the church. And banning all things Kemetic while practicing in secret, you miss some stuff. You miss some stuff. So all of the hierarchy in the church, like the early church fathers in the church and the Roman government, they all belong to a Masonic organization. They all belong to a Masonic organization. Let me show y'all what I'm saying real quick. I'll be forgetting the name of it. Cult of Isis. Let me see if it pops up that way. In ancient Rome. Let's see what we get. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So this is what they was on, right? So all of your, you know, all of your well-to-do folks, this is what they were on, right? So in public, they were bashing. In public, they were bashing these concepts, and in private, they were studying these concepts, right? So this is how it was going, you know, and this is not the only fraternal organization that they had to, you know, to study Kemet. You know what I'm saying? This is just one of the more well-known ones, right? So I don't know how they got locked into this particle thing. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I'm gonna assume we got locked in with the advent of the periodic table, right? With the formalization, the formalized study of the atom, because I believe that came out of Greece as well, right? Because that's Kemetic study, studying atom, right? Studying atom is where they developed the atom. And that's no longer like just rhetoric, right? But anyway, fast forward, it's not until the 1920s that the concept of, you know, the wave particle duality gets brung to the forefront, right? And so what's actually happening is the wave is overtaking the particles, right? The wave is overtaking the particles. And there's a very, very important verse. There's a very important verse in the Bible where that's what I'm saying. The Bible is a tough book, man. The Bible is a tough book. I think it's Jeremiah. Let me see. Let me see this here. Let me see this here. Now, this is one of them. This right here is crazy. Now, this again, you got to remember the limits of translation, but this right here might wind up being crazy, right? Where it talks about sand as a boundary for the sea. Sand as a boundary for the sea. I've been looking at the actual the Greek. I've been looking at the Greek and all of the words, you know what I'm saying? Like how we put it into the English like it's definite and meant this. It only definitely means something based on our understanding. Remember, you don't see with your eyes and you don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. So you have to make sense out of something when you're trying to translate it. And that only with the limited understanding made sense with, like the sea and the ocean, and just leave it at that space. But understanding the relationship of waves and particles, it changes the potential meaning of verses like that. And so, anyway, in the 1920s, right, about a century ago, they're doing some. We can just follow up. Let's, so that way you're not listening to me. Let's go with the Google demons. Let's go with the Google demons. Okay, here we go, right here. All right, can y'all see that? All right. So Louise de Broglie extended the dual nature of light, which Albert Einstein had proposed in 1905, to all matter. He hypothesized that particles like electrons had an associated wavelength, a concept known as the de Broglie hypothesis. The wave nature of matter was definitely proven by the Davison-Germer experiment, where electrons fired at a nickel crystal produced a diffraction pattern characteristic of waves. George Thomson independently confirmed this by observing electron diffraction through thin metal foils that same year. Niels Bohr announced the complementarity principle, which provided the formal philosophical framework for the concept. It stated that while a wave and particle aspects of a phenomenon exclude each other in a single experiment, both are necessary for a complete description of reality. So now keep in mind, right? I always have to use this disclaimer when we're having these conversations. This is what your body does with food. So you cannot totally understand health from a perspective of eating healthy or athleticism. If you want to understand performance, like you can't understand healing, regenerate. You can't understand those things in their totality without this. So I know this seems like a little deep for some people, especially if they're new to the platform or whatever. But this is how your body works. Your body breaks down, or we erased it. Tika had said something earlier, I threw it up. But your body breaks down fats and carbohydrates through, beta oxidation, then the tricarboxylic acid cycle or Krebs cycle, separating the carbon and then breaking the hydrogen up, right? So when you hear about photosynthesis and you hear about the power of the sun or the energy of the sun, that is hydrogen, right? The power of the sun or the energy of the sun is hydrogen, right? And it is primarily captured via water. Water is the key thing, right? And so it's splitting the hydrogen atom into an electron and a proton. So once you go past the hydrogen atom and you go to electron and proton, and mitochondria enters the conversation, and electron transport chain enters the conversation, you start to discuss those things, right? You're having a quantum mechanics conversation. When you start to discuss ATP, right, you're having a quantum mechanics conversation, right? Because ATP is about adenosine triphosphate, but the energy released from breaking bonds, right? Bonds are all formed by electrons, right? So you're talking about separating standing waves. You're transforming a standing wave back into traveling waves. That is what is happening when you, every time a ATP goes from ATP to ADP, adenosine triphosphate to adenosine diphosphate, one phosphate is being taken off, right? It's like 3 phosphate groups, boop, 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 stacked together. One is being released. When this release is breaking bonds, those bonds are made via electrons, right? Those are standing waves that have been formed. Those are being broken. When you break standing waves, they turn back into traveling waves, right? Now, the thing is, nobody really cares to go past that, right? Cool. We will pioneer it all. Doctor with the gold teeth from 158th Street in the Bronx, I will figure it all out. No problem. Publish it all on Amazon for you. Right? But the thing is, right? When we say waves, right? Wave doesn't get us to the end. Wave just gets us closer to the end, or beginning, if you will, but it doesn't fully, because a wave is happening inside of something, right? And so what we having right now, the conversation, me, Peyton, Harwin, and everybody else is kind of silently listening in the back, is we're trying to discuss what that thing is, right? So like, for instance, you have waves in the ocean, right? So the wave is the formation, right? The way water is moving, right? But we know the substance of the wave in the ocean is water. We know that's H2O. In terms of energy, that substance is never defined. Right? Wave in the ocean, we know the wave in the ocean is made out of water. Right? But in terms of energy, you don't have a definition. Right? You don't have a definition. It just gets more vague and opaque and translucent as you go. The further you go, the more vague it gets. Right? And the less you are educated, the more satisfied you are. I'm going to say that again. The less you're educated, the more satisfied. The dumber you are, the easier it is to spin you. That's the same thing. The less educated, the faster it is, the easier it is to satisfy you. Just using different words by saying the dumber you are, the easier it is to spin you. Right? Because you get satisfied with a thing like atom. Oh, well, that's made out of atoms. It's like, okay, cool. What's an atom made out of? Like, what is that? Oh, well, that's made out of electrons and protons. Oh, great. So what is that? Well, an electron, because it's a subatomic particle, they done already got you. Subatomic particle, subatomic particle. So because it's a subatomic particle, there's a wave function aspect to where, and you get into this conversation about, wave particle, blah. There's still no discussion about the flesh of the thing, the fabric of it. Even the describing it in terms of a cloud, right? That's still bringing you back to water. That's our reference for a cloud is water. So our reference for waves is water. So when you go to electron cloud, but that's not what that's intended to communicate. The communication is that it can be in so many different places at once, right? That, it's like a cloud, but that's not really, we're still not defining a fabric. Right? We're still not defining a fabric, right? And when we use conversations like field, and I told y'all, over the next 3 to 5 years, I promise you, the word field is going to become like alkaline. You're going to hear so many people saying the word field, throwing it around. It's going to make you want to vomit. But field doesn't necessarily define a thing either. It's just talking about a space where something is operative or that something occupies. So if you say disturbance in the field, that means that there is a space outlined where something is. And the something coming into that space is disturbing what's already there. But it doesn't tell you what it is that's already there. Because you say, okay, well, there's an electric field. All right, cool. Well, we back to scratch. Electric field is projected by an electron. So what is that again? you still back into circles where there's no clear definition of what this substance is. You know what I'm saying? I would agree with that. I would have to agree with that. I would have to agree with that. And I would have to say it happened in the 1800s. Because even Newton wasn't an atheist, even though he was a mechanist. You know, he had a mechanistic view of things. He wasn't per se an atheist. Right? So that's where things gets crazy. Neither was Darwin. So I would agree with you, though. I would definitely agree with you that this is the birth of... Now, I wouldn't even say the birth. I would say this is the solidification of atheism. When you get the scientific, you know, there's nothing that we can't see or touch concept. And I think that's why all of these questions remain unanswered, because to go deeply into any of these questions, you have to go into soul, spirit, consciousness. You have to go into all of those space, because really, a lot of times those names are just interchangeable to a greater or lesser extent. Now, Kemet obviously had a highly organized understanding from the Kat all the way to the Aku, right? But today's space, right? People use spirit and consciousness and soul and consciousness all interchangeably. They don't really have clearly defined, you know, like spaces. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of just is gobbledygook. We live in the world of chakras now. But I believe that to me, I think this is the biggest problem we have with metabolic disease. You know what I'm saying? Because metabolic disease is based on your body's ability to metabolize and store energy. People don't know what that is. They don't know how their body's supposed to do that. They don't know how their body's supposed to do that. They don't know what energy is. They don't know how your body gets energy from food. So how can you know how to do that? How can people know how to do that in an efficient manner if they don't even know what it is? Right? So I'm just saying, it's crazy. Did you get your laptop yet? Did you get your laptop yet? We need you to get your laptop. But yeah, this is where the problem comes in. So, one of the things that we discuss in the new book. One of the things we discuss in the new book. Right? One of the things we discuss in the new book. Oh, it's up. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, so you ready? You ready to act crazy? You just got that fresh laptop in, so I know you ready to go crazy. Hold on. This ain't the book though. Well, how they gonna put all these other people books in my run? How we doing with this book? Oh, yo, we still number one. That's crazy. We are still the number one new release in quantum chemistry. Make sure y'all have this book. This is the longest I've been number one in a category for new releases. This is the longest I've been number one for a category in new releases. Make sure y'all get this book, right? That is epic. All right, but this ain't what we're talking about right now. So where is the new book? Can y'all see what I'm doing? Okay. Oh, wow, it's not even listed yet. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, well, it just came out today, so that's probably why it's not listed. Bam, here we go. In this book, we go down a few different rabbit holes in terms of why it's important for us to have these conversations in other spaces, right? In other spaces and other pockets. One of the things we talk about is a concept I'm developing, right? And we've been developing it over a series of books. So this isn't the first book that we mentioned body waves in, but you know, we kind of did a deep dive on body waves in this book, right? And body waves is a concept I've been developing based on brain waves, right? So you have brain waves, which are neurons firing in patterns. Pretty much, you can simplify brain waves to that. Neurons firing in patterns, right? Well, the thing is, we haven't had a clear definition of feelings or emotions. We haven't had a clear definition of feelings or emotions, and we know that's a primary driver behind how we do things and why we do things, including how we eat or lack thereof, or exercise, or whatever the case, like how we take care of ourselves, right? The primary driver of living a healthier lifestyle is self-love, right? That is the primary driver, which is the reason why mental illness and metabolic disease go hand in hand together. So it's not just diabetes driving other physical issues, cancer, heart disease, etc. Diabetes drives the vehicle for mental illness as well. And in Melanin versus Diabetes, Volume 2, we went deep into the rabbit hole and pulled up like articles and some stuff from journals on comparisons, studies that were done between the effectiveness of drugs for mental conditions versus exercise. Just drugs and exercise. This is not exercise coupled with diet or even supplements, right? Which would take the results even further. This is just exercise by itself. And the results all the way across the board was crazy. When I say crazy, there are people that have made the claim that pharmacia, right? Pharmacia, big pharma, has put money out there to smash, bash, and hide some of these stories, because in many cases, exercise was just as effective as the drug or more effective than the drug. So, and what is exercise effectually doing? Right? It's not like a push-up is arbitrarily affecting your mental health. It's not the push-up per se that's doing it. It's everything that happens in the process of doing a push-up or a squat or whatever the exercise is, right? And what that comes down to is what? Driving blood flow, driving heart rate, right? Which impacts your body in two places, right? The QRST complex, right? The heart, and then all of the mitochondria all over the body, right? And in between the heart and the mitochondria, you have blood flow, right? Oxygen, and some of these other systems that delineate, energy responsibility between endpoints, right? So that's what's affecting the mental health, is by you changing what's happening at the places where energy is transformed. And that's primarily your heart, your mitochondria, and your brain. And the thing about the heart and the brain is that those are the two places with the most mitochondria, right? So largely what we're talking about is this stuff, this energy stuff that nobody's clearly defining, but clearly people are getting sick, dying, losing their mind, all of these things. Have you guys ever lived with a crackhead? Has anybody in the chat ever lived with a crackhead? Come on. It's New Year's Day. Don't be ashamed to tell your truth. It's all right. I'm not asking if you was a crackhead. I'm saying, have you ever lived with a crackhead? That's crazy. Peyton said no. God bless you. Most of us done had at least a crack. And when I say crackhead, I want to extend that. I want to extend crackhead to heroin addict, right? So let's extend that to heroin addict. Yeah, I don't know about other stuff. I don't really know about like crystal meth people. I've never been around that. I've never been around crystal meth people. But dust, like angel dust, PCP, crack, or heroin, right? And we should have. See, now look at this. He telling on himself. You done lived around some. Yeah, you done lived around some folks. You laughing, if LMAO is your response, that means you done. Come on, you done had a cousin. Somebody that came, lived in your house, slept on the couch. Right? So here's the thing that you notice up close and personal with these situations is that when they're not on heroin, right? When they're not on PCP, when they're not on crack, they're on sugar. So it's one thing, right? This is why I tell y'all a lot of what I talk about is not just from books. I have a lot of life experience. So I can see things. Like we can look up and I can show where it says, in an article or somewhere that, sugar is more addictive or just as addictive as cocaine and heroin and blah, 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 blah. That's cool. That's not the same as seeing it. That's not the same as seeing it. You know what I'm saying? Like watching people like fill up a cup, an empty cup, pour sugar in it, or put like 30 packets of sugar packets into an empty cup and just pour water in it just so they can get the sugar down. Like, these are things that affected me as a kid when I'm seeing adults doing these kind of things as they telling us not to eat candy because it can mess up your teeth. I'm like, so you just going, what is that? What is that sugar in that? You ain't put no Kool-Aid in there. You're just going to do that like that. You know what I'm saying? And then Kool-Aid provided like a cover up for a lot of the, the urban, the hood, the people just, oh yeah, this is how I make Kool-Aid. No, that's how you covering up some habits. If you ever been to somebody's house, so if you're not sure if you've been in the presence of crackheads, dope fiends, cokeheads, oh my God, I left out cokeheads, crackheads. If you're not sure that you've been in the presence of these people before, if you've ever been to their house, now Kool-Aid is out of style now, so people don't make that. But this is back in the day. If you ever been to somebody's house and the Kool-Aid was so sweet that it turned your face like that immediately, that was a drug addict made that Kool-Aid. A drug addict made that Kool-Aid. That's what that means. Yeah. Yeah, if you've been to somebody's house and you went to get some Kool-Aid from their refrigerator and you taste the Kool-Aid, you're like, what is this? Chances are, I'm just saying, chances are a crackhead, a cokehead, a dope fiend, somebody with a hard drug habit. That's not marijuana. That's not weed. Weed, your body still work normal. So if you eat too much sugar, you're going to go to sleep. So you ain't getting ready to put no 10 pounds of Domino sugar in a Kool-Aid. That ain't that. So you can just, cigarettes, beer, alcohol, weed, you can take that right on off the table. Yeah, that has nothing to do with this. The hard drugs from cocaine to heroin is what I'm talking about. They lean on sugar the same way. Why? You know what I'm saying? It's funny, it's humorous for us to have the conversation, but the reality is, right? See, if we don't have these conversations, who's going to have these conversations? If we don't talk about us, how are we going to? The lean epidemic, the heroin epidemic is popping more than it ever was. It's just that people don't look, heroin addicts today look different than they used to look. When I was a kid, a heroin addict looked like one of them people from the Michael Jackson Thriller movie, the Thriller video. Yeah, they look like a zombie. The streets look like zombies. Nowadays, a heroin addict looks like Lil Wayne or Future. You know what I'm saying? Like nowadays, a heroin addict has on a lot of jewelry and yeah, we sipping lean all day. We pulling up a cup. Yeah, Eminem. You know what I'm saying? Eminem introduced pill. That's what Eminem is famous for. Eminem is the Cheech and Chong of pills. He hooked America's kids on pills. Right? So This is what people look like. Heroin addicts don't look like they used to look like. So you may not even know that you you might have been having sex with a hardcore drug addict and didn't even know. Yo, we got to have this conversation. We got to have this conversation because sugar water was crazy. Like, sugar water was crazy. I'm talking about people putting syrup. They putting Aunt Jemima. I seen people put Aunt Jemima drinking it. Like, they drinking Aunt Jemima syrup. Drinking it. These are things that influenced me as a kid that haunted my soul to whereas I'm in front of you now having these conversations. And so understanding that our body is built around energy metabolism. Right? Our body is built around energy metabolism. Right? That's what you got to understand. Our body is built around this. So not understanding this is really crazy because it's not possible for you to understand yourself. Our body is built around energy. It's made out of it, but your whole life is built around like finding a source, a personal source of it and protecting it, right? Then you make some babies, so you got to feed them off of it, and you got to, like, this is what it is. This is the driver, right? And your brain happens to use more of this quote unquote energy than any other place in the body. So immediately, even for John Q. Public, your moods are driven by energy, available energy. And if you're patient enough with yourself, you can notice that your moods change when you haven't had something to eat. If you haven't had anything, you're going to be more testy. You're going to be ornery, right? You're going to be ornery, right? And that's just for basics. But people who are getting high, they need extremely condensed sugar. Because that blast of energy, it hits their body just like the drug does. So they can hold off not having whatever their drug is because they're gonna be using up sugar. And they're gonna be using sugar to drive the dopamine release. Right? Because your brain is hardwired to release dopamine as a thank you and to continue the desire, key word for the whole book, to continue the desire for you to get that. Right? Now, obviously, it's not designed for you to drink bottles of Aunt Jemima or eat whole bags of, family-sized bag of Oreo cookies or these other things, right? It's designed that our primary simple energy come from plants, right? That's the photosynthesis thing. Our body is hardwired together with that. That's why we have the Irreducible Complexity book. See, all of these things are related. The Irreducible Complexity book, right? And this is at Barnes and Nobles. This is the one book that's not at Amazon. You got to get this from Barnes and Nobles. right? One of the things we talk about is us being a part as a whole of an irreducibly complex system, right? So scientists try to fight the concept of irreducible complexity because irreducible complexity leads to an intelligent creator or intelligent designer, right? But at every level of life, there is irreducible complexity. So one of the things I talk about and I highlight is the irreducible complexity that exists between humans or animals and plants. That is an irreducibly complex system. That is a irreducibly complex system that works together. It's actually one system, right? The plants don't have the ability to do photosynthesis if not for us, right? So we feed the plants as much as the plants feed us. We're a part of one system. There has to be an exchange of oxygen. Somebody has to flip oxygen back to carbon dioxide for the plants, right? If it was just a planet full of plants and there was no animals, like there was nobody to absorb that O2. And there's some plants that can do some crazy stuff by themselves, but not enough to sustain the whole globe, right? So if there was no animals that lived off of oxygen and then turned the oxygen into carbon dioxide for the plants, the plant population would dry up. The plant population would dry up because they need the carbon dioxide. And without carbon dioxide, they can't make food for themselves. They can't make their own energy, let alone enough that we use them for a food source, right? So that is an irreducibly complex system that we form with them. Our metabolism was designed with them in conjunction, which is another reason why Osiris is green, to talk about that irreducibly complex symbiotic relationship, right? They're breathing out the O2, we breathe in the O2, and then we pass them back CO2. And yes, according to science, the plants were here before animals got super complicated, and then there's us and all that kind of stuff, but their complexity grew with ours, right? Because now that you have more transformers, right? Transformers, we look up the definite transformers of energy, right? We're taking in oxygen and we're doing our thing and then transforming, giving back CO2. Now they can have energy in a greater abundance, and them having energy in a greater abundance leads to a larger diversity of plant life. A larger diversity of plant life, remember, because plants is not only where we're getting our food from, plants is the original source of medicine and therapeutic agents, right? Antioxidants and everything. So as we get more plants, the animals now have more energy, have more therapeutic agents. So we live longer, we live smarter, we live healthier. All of that is a constant exchange, right? And the key part is that energy, right? Energy is also information at the same time, right? Information is energy. Energy is information. It's not information can sometimes be energy or energy could sometimes be information. No, it's just POV. It's just point of view. It's just what the conversation is, right? But energy is always information, and information is always energy, right? That is the fabric of information is energy. So what's energy? In the Kemetic text, there's a famous question, right? What is it? What is it? Is the famous question in the Kemetic text. What is it? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's in the text. What is it? Right? Because they were asking back then, what is it? They were already here. They were already here. They was already at Waves, and they was already trying to figure out what the fabric of that stuff is. What is the fabric of that stuff? What is that thing? What is the wave? What is the essence of the original? What is that? Right? And the only thing they could come up with is, you know, you get Ptah. Right? That's where you get Ptah. That's where you get consciousness. Right? That's where you get, you know, thought, Thoth, right? Which comes from Jehudi, right? That's where you get the other conversations from. The other conversations are just further complex versions of how did the universe get started? Okay, the universe was created by some blast of energy. Okay, cool. But a blast of energy also means a blast of information. A blast of energy, right? So let's say, for instance, we all agree totally with Western academia. When Western academia says Big Bang, boom, there's a lot of energy released. That means there's a lot of information released, right? And processing information is intelligence. Now, when you pay attention to it and you find out that energy has the ability to organize itself, that's where the concept originates in Kemet with anthropomorphization and gods being associated with energy, because energy has its own form of intelligence, which is self-organization, right? So in the book, in the new book, right, we have this concept we're going into, body waves, and I've been working on it for a while, right? And the concept is that the same way you have patterns of neurons firing in the brain, right? You have patterns of neurons firing in the brain, so that gives us brain waves. And brain waves have been I don't want to say brain waves are thought, because that would be incorrect, but brain waves are the best way that our ability to think and how our brain functions has been understood, to the point where certain types of brain waves, right, are linked to certain types of physical activity, certain types of mental activity, right? So now, understanding that neurons are the same as nerves, right? That's where the concept of body waves comes from, right? Neurons are the same as nerves. Nerves are just really like a lot bigger. Neurons are like little tiny nerves, right? The nerve cells are a lot bigger than neurons are, right? But in essence, they function exactly the same, right? The only difference is, I would say that because I feel like nerves get disrespected. I feel like nerves get disrespected. From looking at all the literature, you know what I'm saying? And let me show you a book. Let me show y'all a book that was good for me. I played with this book for a long time, and it's outdated now. It's outdated, but when I first got it, it was a good book for me.
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. EnQi, Dr. EnQi. I love Dr. EnQi.
Yo. American Healer. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they pay. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, this a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic. Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat American Healer menu, every bite, new sermon, fork to the face. That's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Anabolic, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, playing code in a blood, whole nation.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
All right, I cannot find that book. But it was a book on neurochemistry. And if you don't know, that video that y'all just was looking at, that is... obviously, that's the photosynthesis process. We begin with the description from the Amduat and go through, the modern version of photosynthesis, and then that goes into pollen. So that's kind of what I was just talking about, right? The more energy available to plants, the more, diverse the plant kingdom became, right? And pollen is one of those things. Even with today being New Year's, pollen is what marked the new year globally, because March 31st, April 1st, that's when pollen is globally, right? So that way everything can regenerate, right? So the anabolic hormone help, pollens, we have a variety of pollens that's in it, right? Because pollens is a driver of androgens. It is a driver of androgens. So we have a combination of plants and pollens in the anabolic hormone help. So when you see me in the video, or my my doppelganger in the video sprinkling that gold powder into the bottle, that is the pollens from the plants, right? But anyway, it was a neurochemistry book, and I wanted to show that to y'all. I wanted to flash that on y'all, but I had it and I really destroyed it. Like, I read that thing forwards, backwards, and upside down 1,000 times. And really, that's what I'm saying. I feel like nerves have been disrespected over time. You know what I'm saying? Because nerves actually have the advantage. Nerves have the advantage of pigment. There's pigment cells, right? There's a wide variety of pigment cells. And then on top of pigment cells, you have these guys, right? You got chemoreceptors, I think is how it is, right? Chemoreceptors, mechanoreceptors, nociceptors. That's really a thing. Nociceptors. Now, I might be not pronouncing these correctly, and I might misspell one of these or whatever, but these are actual types of cells. And there's some more of these, right? I think we got proprioceptors. Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of categories of these types of cells. I don't know. I don't want to go further and butcher this up, right? But there's a bunch of these types of cells, right? And what these cells do, these are almost like hybridized pigment type of cells, right? They're not exactly pigment cells though, right? But what they do is they sense energy, right? So they sense energy. You had a bunch of different energy receptor cells all over the place. And then on top of these, you got your globins, right? You got your globins. Then you got your opsins, right? And then you got your different types of melanocytes, right? So you got a bunch of different type of cells that plugs in with the nerves. All of these different cells and more. Remember, this is a short list, but all of these different cells tap in with the nerves, right? All of these different cells tap in with the nerves, right? And then even your regular cells, right? We just gonna put them here like this, regular cells, right? Now we could say somatic cells, but I prefer regular cells, right? So even your regular cells taps in with the nerves, right? So all of your body's regular cells also tap in with the nerves, right? I feel like regular encompasses more than somatic cells, right? So nerves have the advantage of connecting to all of these different cells, right? Specifically these cells that are energy sensors, transducers, regulators, right? And forming a larger network, right? And forming a larger network. And so for me, that's where we get emotions. That's what feelings are. That's where feelings come from, right? This network, right? This network. This is where feeling comes from, right? This is where feeling comes from, this network. Because remember, when we try to narrow it down, we're dealing with sheet music, right? If we narrow something down to a combination of this neurotransmitter and that, the neurotransmitter doesn't even tell you it's a question. Neurotransmitter is still a question, right? So the less educated you are, the easier you are to satisfy, right? Because the neurotransmitter doesn't really answer a question. If you ask, what is it that's doing this? And somebody says neurotransmitter, and you go, okay, neuro means neuron. So we're talking about brain and transmitter. Okay, great. What is a neurotransmitter transmitting? It's a package. What's in the package? We still come back to these same questions. Right? We still come back to these same questions. So when you're dealing with the neuron, then that's when you go, oh, okay, I get it. We already deal with the neuron in Electrician Manual, Book 1, right? Negative 70 millivolts, the calcium and the potassium, that the potential changes, and there's an action potential released. And so we have electricity, boom, that goes down the axon and boo. What is it? What is it? Right? What is it? This is why I was saying the other day, if you want to bust your brain, if you want to have a brain buster, you sit down and you think about vitamin D and the relationship to light and light transforming cholesterol. When you go, okay, now what is light? Okay, well, light is based on two interacting fields at a specific angle. Okay, so electricity and magnetism at a 90-degree angle are generating what we know of as light. And then that thing that's generated by two other things that we don't even know what those two things are. We don't know what electricity is or magnetism. At least electricity, we know we could, at least with electricity, we can associate electricity to electrons. Magnetism doesn't even have a unit thingy. So electricity and magnetism somehow, boom, they make light, and then light interacts
In the beginning was the way was God, the way was God, the way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity, the way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany.
I love Dr. EnQi, Dr. EnQi. I love Dr. EnQi.
Yo. American Healer. Talk to him. Hey, and I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. And I'm about it, not for profit. I'm a prophet, you know he got it. Hormone jump, blood flow rush, brain work sharp, that steel cut hush. Muscle strength up, whole frame turn savage, sex magic in the cut, big fertility package. Heart disease back down, we block no plots, fibroid shrink, cancer rate drop, memory locked in cognition on 10, we healing in the world they pay. Amen. Pure knowledge in the vein, it's a new aesthetic, flip food and medicine, bioenergetic, plant
Plan genetics, said it 3 times, let it say it. Plan genetics, hit the source. That's the real weapon. Get the book in your cart, that's a mission. Amazon move quick, instant transmission. I'm a mason in the lab, blueprint in the kitchen. Anabolic hormone help stay up, stay driven. Get the D in your day, keep your bones all sturdy. Get the blue magic in your body, glow skin purdy. Eat AmeryKa healer menu, every bite new sermon. Fork to the face, that's a lifestyle learning. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know I got it. Anabolic, not for profit, I'm a prophet, you know I got it. Soil to the cell, transformation from the plate to the brain, recalibration from the word to the world, revelation, playing cold in a blood, whole nation.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon. Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Yo. Look. Aye. I love resurrected Osiris. Only a proton, still violent. Tiny spark in the silence. Turn my whole world into riot. Love stronger than ISIS, stronger than gravity tugging my iris, stronger than anything binding the sky, pulling my heart through the drywall inside. Stronger than magnetic wire, stronger than atom collider on fire, stronger than forces they taught me in class. You touching my chest and I'm drifting off axis. I love you to pieces, I'm scattered. You gather the dust and the fragments that matter. That's my synthesis, I'm writing it live. All for society, you the wave I can ride. All for society, you the wave I can surf. You the feel, you the curve in the earth. Stronger than put, stronger than pull. You bend every rule to the chalkboard full. Hey, ice is the first ride or die in my mind. Remember that story, it stays in my spine. She built that man from the ruin, from the sand. Put every land back together by hand. Isis built that man, made him a king. Raised him from nothing with breath that she bring. Isis his only fan, clapping in dark, holding the crown while they tearing apart. Same way you patch all my damage and scars. Same way you orbit my broken down heart. Love, strongest wave you can ride, no lie. You the first, you the last, you the force in my life, though.
Push in the chat, heart in the cloud, screamed in my face, tuning you out, yeah. You my E-girl, I'm your E-boy. What's online can't be destroyed. We so cute, keep smiling, that's the key. All that matters is you typing back to me. Text, kisses feel real, I swear that you know me. You sending all types of emojis, sending all types of emojis. It's like my phone came alive. Every ping, every light, every sign. Lost my phone, thought I lost you too. I was bugging, fiending for a new reply. The streets so she don't want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. Digital noise on my ops in the past tense. We just log in and enjoy the streets over. She don't want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. She wanna only E-boy, 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 oh. Online loving, drugging, I'm your online husband. Soft stalking, scroll back through your uploads, blushing. I know your playlist, your late night events, your petty rants, your half-cent text. If it's real or it's fake, who decide that? If it heal or it break, we survive that. Goes app still hear you in my head on loop, my dear. Streets over. She don't want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. Digital noise on my ops in the past tense. We just log in and enjoy the streets over. She don't want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. She wanna only E-boy, 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 oh.
Love is the way, man. Love is the way, man. Love is the way, yeah. Love is the way. Love is family. Love is daddy. Love is God above. If the help getting help, that's the way we act. True family is the app, we gon' build that lag. Love is family. Family love. Love is that. Love is God above. True family is the house. Healing what we lack. Love is all we have. Love is all we have. Make America love again. Save from the block, from the mud, from the heart within. America love again. Love again. Love again. Get high on that drug again. Like the feeling your hand, the feeling when you judge your friends. Fight with all your might when they start jumping. Love it, the spirit that got your heart pumping. Ain't that son, give me the wave. Shit, mapping the way we pray. Wave, function, spirit, emotion. Love it, the ocean. We the cousins and the brothers on the same road. Grandma in the kitchen, that's the same code. Yeah. Love it, magic, function. Family the junction. Circle so tight, turn trauma to gumption. Turn it up. Love is the spirit that gets your heart drop. Dirty music, love is tell me love, love is really got up. Need to love, that's something else. Love is spirit that got your heart
oh, oh, oh.
streets over. She want a keyboard gangster, E-boy, E-boy, E-boy. She don't want a D-boy, she just want a screen. None of the decoy, the streets over. She tapping in late to her E-boy. She don't want a D-boy. Hard in the chat, let the keys talk.
You my ego, I'm your E-boy. What's on? Can't be this way. We so cute. Keep smiling. That's all that matters. Text kisses for real. Turn my brains into scattered patterns. I feel like you know me for real. Not a story, sending all types of emojis, sending all types of emojis, yeah. It's like my phone came alive. Blue bubbles start flooding my mind. Lost my phone, thought I lost you. Staring at the couch, I got lost truth. I was bugging, online loving, low-key drugging. I'm your online husband, self-stalking, timeline watching. Streets over. Streets over. Streets over. Kingston. Scroll back, midnight, same screen glow. You typing slow, I watch the 3 dots grow. If you log out, where do I go? If the app crash, do we reload? Yeah. 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 ISIS, that's my thesis. That's my thesis. ISIS, that's my thesis. Yeah, I mean thesis. Love resurrected. Osiris in my iris. Only a proton. Still split the whole virus. Love stronger than that pressure. Stronger than that lightning in the wire. Stronger than gravity dragging us. Pulling us down in the fire. Stronger than attraction in the atom. In a weak force, strong force, all of them pattern. I love you to pieces, break them by the fraction. That my ISIS thesis, heart the main reactor. Force aside, love the short wave you can ride. Fire when I slide when I fall, fire when I stand when I hide. Remember how you built it, man. Hands in the dirt, turn dirt to a crown. You the blueprint, you the fan. When everybody else turn around, ISIS the first ride or die. Never question only how high. Turn a law body into king. All the way you look them in the eye.
Late night glow on my face. Blue screen paint in the room. Heartbeats caught in the scroll. I'm already consumed.
The street's over. She don't want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. D-do bad boy, E-boy, she log in and it's me on it. Whole world small on her home screen.
The street's over. She want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. She want a D-boy, she want a keyboard gangster. You my E-girl, I'm your E-boy. Was online, can't be destroyed. We so cute, keep smiling for me. That a lie comes, feel like a story. Text kisses feel real. Sound like JoJo.
Sending all type of emojis, sending all type of emojis. This on my phone came alive, you my fingers in my mind. my phone and thought I lost you. I was bugging, I was falling through. Scrolling through the past, like where you at? Refresh, refresh. I want you back. Online loving, low-key drugging. I'm your online husband, so I was stalking. Why'd you blossom? Heart and lost on every blossom. Late night, we both oversharing. Husband, but I keep on staring. If this a glitch, don't fix it. I'll say sign into your line. She want me one keyboard gangster. Digital bad boy, evil, she log in and it's me.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Saw the burst, the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over. Spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over. Rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.